be holding by that ramp, and then they'll come along the stairs.
Okay. So, at some point, I don't know.
Thought about bringing a tripod, but if they told me to walk around a lot, I'd be kind of like, it's for that long, the extra pound is going to make a huge difference. So.
Oh, okay. So maybe. Well, what's the? It's just.
Hey, I have not. This is great running on that shirt.
Would you prefer like doing one row here, one row there?
I like these guys.
Okay. Shoulder to shoulder, and if it seems like the reach is too far, then double row.
4 hours after I got
Okay, that's our best. Okay. And like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
but I'm not complaining. It's fine. I was gonna ask you.
I know. Like shoulder to shoulder so they get him the first. Okay.
If he doesn't score in this and out of town, then we'll do this again next week. And now I know where I'm going. Because before I had no idea what. I know. It's a good drive. Gretzky was there. Wayne Gretzky. He did an interview in the hallway. Like, in the second floor run 0-4. Like, all interviews, you get it or you don't. But you can't, like, beat yourself up over it. It's in the hallway. I don't need to carry all this shit. I mean, I need my headphones. I don't really have that. I'm not carrying much.
I think there's more important.
Dude, I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. You'll see Nathan if you're coming.
Check my sunglasses.
This is Noel. I'm at the Hands Off rally in D.C. I'm up on Ledger. I tried calling the NCCR number and nothing came through.
Good, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Will. Yeah.
Yeah, Ledger.
Huh? Nice. I'm excited for this.
Oh, I'm just like, no, I am on set. I'm not going to
It's like a crowd camera anymore. It's been a while. Yeah, well, I've got 4 cameras. So we've got one on stage facing back. We've got 2 right here.
Cool, so I'm not live yet then, right? We're just rolling on it?
Yeah, activity. Yeah. Who are you with? Oh, okay, cool.
Just the tip, honey.
Can you shoot me a text?
Either Brad or Harry or... Yeah.
And then who's this again? I'm sorry.
And Alex Lawson.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, he's not here. I'm not sure where he is, but he's not here. I've never seen him. Yeah. He's pretty rare. You'll see him at like the Veterans Conference and stuff like that. Not most of the events, not. He's back out.
structure.
Probably not sure you're making clips.
Manuel, you good? You all set?
I think I'm all set, yeah.
Cool, cool. There's a mall straight if you
Plugged
need
in.
it. Are you plugged in?
Yeah, I'm
Good,
already
good.
plugged in, yeah.
Think it's one over there? That one's a little. Are you into this one or this one?
Are they, is there a difference?
Oh, that one, I think they're both line. Line level, not light.
Okay, so hands up. DC. Superior. Please welcome Sunrise.
everyone. My name is Paige Chatterjee. I'm the Executive Director of Free DC, and I just want to say hello to DC. Free DC is a new campaign to protect home rule in DC and to get dignity for the people of DC. So who here wants to make some noise for DC statehood? This is our free program, and before we get started, I just want to see who's out here in the audience with me. Who here is an ally from outside DC? Alright, well you're going to hear a lot about DC this morning. Do we have folks from Ward 1 in DC here? Alright, I hear you. Ward 2? Nice. Right up front. Ward 3? Okay, Ward 4? Here we go. Ward 5? Yay! Behind me, Ward 6? Ward 7? I hear some. Ward 8? Alright. Thank you, Ward 8. Thank you for coming out. Alright, so we have people from all across DC here today, and we're here early this morning because we know that this administration's reckless and damaging behavior impacts everyone in our country, but it particularly affects the people here in DC. Our jobs, our local economy, our local autonomy, and governing local power are all under threat by this administration. We've had to live through things like seeing Black Lives Matter Plaza dug up, like seeing the peace sign taken down from the Institute of Peace by agents of the state who are armed. We know that at critical moments like this, it is people who are in the capital city that have a really important role to play. As the people here in DC, we have an opportunity to model for the nation what resistance looks like. When people see the capital city rise up, they rise up. So we're here this morning to talk a little bit about what it looks like for DC to rise up. This is our pre-program that's specifically about DC. We have an amazing lineup of speakers to help us with that. I want to thank the organizers of this event for making space for this part of the program where we get to talk about DC. DC is proud to be a place where people from all over the country come. People have come from all over the place to exercise our First Amendment rights. We have that right. We have the right to peacefully protest, and that is what we are doing today. We have the right to peaceful assembly, and we have to exercise that right if we want to keep that right. We have to exercise that right as often as possible, just like all of you are doing today. So, Free DC is organizing people in all 8 wards in DC, plus all of our allies outside the district, and we want you to join us. We're going to have folks with Free DC t-shirts just like mine and behind me, and with stickers moving through the crowd. You can sign up with one of them. On Monday, we're going to be out at Capitol Hill at Spirit of Justice Park to fight to restore DC's power over our local budget. And you're going to hear a few speakers talk about that today. You can learn about it at freedcproject.org. Most importantly, I want to thank all of you for coming out to this hands-off rally, and thank the organizers for making this all happen. Courage is contagious. And I know that there are people who will claim that there's something dangerous about assembly, and there's something dangerous about us. And in some ways they're right, there is something dangerous about us because we have people power. We have the power that nonviolent peaceful assembly brings, and we know that that has succeeded time and time again in nation after nation in situations like this. So we're here today to give each other courage, and to get us started, I'm so excited to introduce Reverend Haggler from Faith Strategies and Fellowship of Reconciliation to get us started this morning. Let's give a round of applause for Reverend Haggler.
Good morning. I have difficulty speaking because I'm a survivor of throat cancer. But even though I have difficulty speaking, it's time for all of us to speak up, stand out, and be strong. We declare hands off DC, hands off We are standing up for democratic and constitutional order. We're standing up against the billionaire class. And for working people. For those of you who've come in from other places, welcome to D.C. Where the D in D.C. stands for diversity. Because we are a diverse community representing everyone, every color, every language, the gender of diversity, the lifestyle of diversity. We are a woke city. And don't you find it interesting that when people criticize folks for being woke, the opposite of that is to be asleep. And they want us to be asleep, but they've woken up a sleeping giant. And they have not seen nothing yet. We are all over the country. We're standing up by the millions. Our voices are strong. We will not sit down. We will not be quiet. And we will not go away. Let all the racists and the ignorant folks and the bigot folks running this government understand that we are people strong and America strong, and we're not going away. Continue to stand strong. Continue to represent the best of the U.S., which is free speech, the right to assemble, and the right to challenge government. Challenge it, challenge it, and challenge it.
We started running, pull my little sis to the side, they kept coming. No time, I had to decide to do something. I just quit, see the day that with me. Mom's crying and so she crying, I'm never free. You never hustle, just a moment I have to choose myself as a person.
For the same reason that most of you guys are here today. Because I saw something was wrong and I couldn't be on the sidelines any longer. The truth is that many of you today looked around. You weren't part of those activist spaces. We didn't know who to turn to. But we saw a call on the internet to come to a protest. This speech isn't meant to be a rah-rah for 5051. It's meant to remind you that the activists that you see here on this stage today were once people with no activism spaces who didn't know where to go. And if you're lost on where to go, but you want to do something, we're here. We want to include you. We've been here. We were afraid of our first protest. We didn't know what to expect. But we showed up anyways, just like you did today. Every day that we wake up, we find some new horror that's unleashed upon us. And the epicenter is here.
Yeah, we saw him the other night here. Yeah.
I remember how freaked out my mom was when I started listening to them.
Yeah, I just freaked out. I can see it. I can see it.
How many months has it been? And our right to protest, to speak out, to live without fear in our communities. It's about defending the soul of the city. Washington, D.C. is not just a political backdrop or a We're not collateral damage for anyone else's oligarchic power play. We are people and we matter. And we start by showing up. We start by speaking to people. Too long we have been in our bubbles, so connect. Find people online or meet them in person. Or talk to them and talk to them about what's important. Start today. Turn to your neighbor and introduce yourself. And reach out to any organization that you're interested in today. Thank you all for your time.
My name is and I'm representing the free speech and elections. And you got pride, purpose, and power. I need you to make some noise right now. That's what we about to do, y'all. That's what we about to do. We got, I need y'all to say, pride, purpose, power. When I say you got, I need you to say, pride, purpose, power. When I say I got, I need you to say, pride, purpose, power. We got pride, purpose, power. You got pride, purpose, power. I got pride, purpose, power. Let's go, DJ. It's a trinity and a recipe. It's a clarity. It's the 3 P's. What's reality in the society? We don't have those 3 things. They say money, power, and respect. It's what you need in this life. But I got pride, purpose, and power. And your boy doing just fine. Standing tall as you know I be. AMA, I'm positive G. Please don't fix, so let me take a seat. You don't get the picture when I get the sheet. Throw it on my cues, I'm stepping on my piece. Black boy magic, tricks on my sleeve. Still serpent, lurking. Pride, power, and purpose. I got the purpose. Hands up. Hands up. We got it. You got it. I got it. We got it. We got pride, purpose, power. And they say, what? Might be important to tell them when we come together in the worst of weather. We been running with our eyes closed and making no light in the dark. That's how you know that we light up the whole world when we come together with a squad. Cause we got I have pride. I have purpose. Power. I got power. Hands up. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. I got your back, you got my back, so we both are covered. Never leave my brothers, never leave my brothers.
Next week?
Been A1 since day one, and that's on my mother.
Okay.
Blood won't make us closer. You and me together, riding for each other, down for whatever. Money couldn't measure, cause it's truly been a pleasure. Just like when you sneeze, you know that I'ma bless you. You ain't gotta ask, all you gotta say is, bro, I need you and I'm headed your way. You told me about the haters and how they gonna hate, but to live my life, cause they just did wait. It's all love
And I'm speaking facts, bro. I want to go deeper than the voice of Sax knows. The snotty knows. Yeah, we be those little rascals. If you fall back, then you know I'm going to catch you. Brothers for life, don't make it a tattoo. Jesus Christ knows that I could never cross you. I appreciate you like no other. Put your peace sign up if you love your brothers. I said, never leave my brothers, never leave my brothers. I got your back, you got my back, so we both are covered. Never leave my brothers, never leave my brothers. Been A1 since day one, and that's on my mother. Never leave my brothers, never leave my brothers. I got your back, you got my back, so we both are covered. Never leave my brothers, never leave my brothers. Been A1 since day one, and that's on my mother, y'all. Once again, my name is Jamar, and I represent the Freedom Future Collective. Thank you.
I'm a steward with AFGE, Local 476.
I don't know how you guys do it.
At HUD, and I'm also an organizer with the Federal Unionist Network. And I'm here to tell you that my work for the American people is under attack, which means that you are under attack. Almost all Americans can agree that the work that I do on a daily basis is crucial for a safe and equal and just society. I enforce the civil rights laws that make sure that people aren't discriminated against for having a disability, or for having a family, or for the color of their skin. And I'm just one billion of public servants that provide justice, equality, and safety through my service.
At HUD, let's go.
Holding powerful and destructive people accountable like that is not the type of work that people like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel value. They don't value.
That's right. Don't forget
the
that
work
asshole.
that federal employees do to create a baseline of economic security and power for working people. Billionaires and oligarchs don't value anything other than profit and power. And they sure as hell don't value you or your life or your community. And we're seeing that they don't care who they have to destroy or who they have to hurt to get what they want. And what really pisses them off about federal workers is that we and the services we provide keep people from being entirely at their mercy.
I didn't know if you were shooting.
It's never been about efficiency. That's why they want to privatize and destroy the services that protect the American people. That's why they want to fire us. That's why just last week they tried to strip us of the right to protect ourselves and you by canceling our collective bargaining agreement. Who is right? They're union busters. That's what they are. But there's one crucial thing they always forget. The people have the power. You have the power. Working people in this country do all the work, and they can't do a damn thing without us. And they can't do anything to us when we unite, when we stand together in true solidarity for immigrants, for students, for LGBT people, for veterans, for people of color, for children, and for working people everywhere. They cannot stand in our way. So, to get them out of the way, we have to build power. And the only way to do that is to get more people out here with us. So not just the activists, but everyone, your coworkers, your entire community. We need to get them to congressional offices, at marches, at rallies, at federal buildings. We need so many people out in the streets causing such a ruckus that it leaves Musk and Trump shook. For them and what they are creating for us. And the only way to do that is to organize. And organizing is not some magical thing for special people. Organizing is just talking to the people around you that you are in community with. Speaking about your hopes, your fears, and the obstacles you all face. And then coming together with concrete steps to overcome them together. You're already an organizer if you brought someone here with you. You had a conversation with them about coming out today. And that's what we have to do. One-on-one and group conversations in our workplaces, our schools, our churches, everywhere where people are affected by the corruption and the theft that's going on right now. So that's everywhere. So, start by in the workplace, for example, create a chart. Of everyone in your office, you identify who are your leaders, who's effective, who people listen to in that situation. You make sure that they're on side, and then you go person by person, and you listen, you talk to them, and you come up with concrete steps to build collective power. Then you can take those steps to build coalitions through your unions, your church groups, your community groups, everyone. That's exactly what the Federal Unionist Network is doing across the federal government. We're training people on how to have those one-on-one organizing conversations. We're connecting federal workers across agencies, regions, and unions to build the type of power that we need to defeat this billionaire coup and build the type of government and society that works for all Americans. So, I'll leave you with this. If you are a federal worker that's tired of being attacked, and you're ready to get organized and fight back, you can join us at SavePublicServices.com.
Don't forget the federal contractors!
Watching at home, you can still join us there, and you can organize by showing up for us and letting those in power know that you are willing to fight to protect your services and the people that provide them to you. And if we all fight together like that, we will win.
Test, 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 test. What's up, y'all? What's up, DC? How y'all doing? I want you to take your phones out real quick. Let me see your phones in the air. Put your phones out. Put your phones up. I want you to follow us at Freedom Futures Connected. We are a creative arts incubator out of DC, working with young artists across DC and beyond. Make sure you follow us. Give it up for DC artists, y'all.
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm gonna teach y'all a few chants. Y'all ready?
Y'all ready?
Y'all ready? Because we want Elon and Trump to take their hands off our shit. Ain't that right? Yeah. Repeat after me. Say all the people in the street.
All the people in the street.
Want Elon and Trump to leave.
Want Elon and Trump to leave.
All the people in the street.
All the people in the street.
Want Elon and Trump to leave.
Want Elon and Trump to leave.
All the people in the street.
All the people in the street.
We want Elon and Trump to leave.
We want Elon and Trump to leave.
All the people in the street.
All the people in the street.
We want Elon and Trump to leave.
We want Elon and Trump to leave.
Say hands off.
Hands off.
Democracy.
Democracy.
Hands off.
Hands off.
Democracy.
Democracy.
Hands off.
Hands off.
We're family.
Family.
Hands up.
Hands off.
Immigration rights.
Hey.
Hands Democracy! Hands off! Hands off! Our jobs in school! Our jobs in school! Hands off! Hands off! Our democracy! Our democracy! Where my Palestine supporters at? Where y'all at? Let's go! Clap! 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 Y'all ready? Y'all know this one? Yay! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Long live Palestine! People are coming out! People are coming out! People are coming out! Resistance is justified! Resistance is justified! Resistance is justified! Resistance is justified! What side are you on, my people? What side are you on? We on the freedom side! Say what?
Please take your energy back and complete the mission.
What side are you on, my people? What side are you on? We on the freedom side.
What side are you on, my people? What side are you on? We on the freedom side.
What side are you on,
My people, what side are you on? We on the freedom side. What side are you on? My people, what side are you on? We on the freedom side.
Thank you so much for the freedom.
FFC, we in the building.
Give it up for the Freedom Futures Collective and the Freedom Talk. Amazing. Next up, we have one of our elected officials here in D.C., who's our shadow House representative. We have those in D.C. because we do not have the kind of rights that we need, and that's what we're here to hear about today. So thank you for being a part of this pre-program, and I can see our other shadow rep out there in the audience. Nice to see you. Next up, we have Oye Owoloa to speak to us about DC statehood. Give it up for Oye.
What's up, DC? Give it up for the past performances. Now, I'm so glad to be here to kick off the National Hands Off movement. Now, people come from around the world to see the monuments, the White House, Congress, but they leave seeing you guys. This is the real DC. Give it up for yourselves. So as you all know, my name is Dr. Owoloa, and I'm the U.S. representative of Washington, D.C., where we fight for statehood and voting rights. I want to give a shout out to you guys, the millions who come to enjoy D.C., the millions who come to work in D.C., the 700,000 who call D.C. home. Those among us that often live as second-class citizens until D.C. becomes a state. We pay taxes without representation. But statehood is not just representation. It's our way of life. Last year, in the previous administration, we had a criminal code revision that will restore the way we want to live that was struck down by the president and Congress. So the fight for D.C. statehood is not a Democrat thing, it's not a Republican thing, it's an American thing. But today, we are living in a much more stark reality. We got federal workers being laid off. We have council members and a mayor who are bullied into silence. We have a budget that's being underfunded. funded. We cannot spend our own money. So we need people like you in D.C. and outside of D.C. to stand up for us. Now, we know what the president was going to do. He created Project 2025. But in my opinion, the power belongs to the people. So we need to create a Project 2026 plan. One that supports organized labor and pushes Congress to pass the PRO Act. One that fights for the LGBTQ plus community and pushes Congress to pass the Equality Act. One that restores life to DC residents and pass the DC Statehood Emissions Act.
Where's my brother?
You're broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find that fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out and move mountains. We gon' walk it out and mountains, and we'll rise up, we'll rise like the day, we'll rise up, we'll rise unafraid, we'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. When the silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe, and I know you feel like dying.
Buildings around us. We have people from Doge who are breaking into buildings. We have illegally broken contracts that we have with workers. We have an attempt to go after our entire economy. We know the reality in DC. The reality is that violent crime is at a 30-year low in this community. That's amazing, but they are using this opportunity to have an unqualified U.S. attorney come here and threaten mass incarceration. They're threatening federal police presence. They're threatening to increase their arresting power. They're hurling insults at our children and at our DC public schools, saying that our schools are inmate factories. These are lies. And I think that it's so important for us to have this hour of pre-programming about DC so that we can tell everyone here who's visiting us for this day that these are lies. Race and crime are inextricably linked to DC's struggle for autonomy and have always been used by racist federal leaders as an excuse for preventing DC from governing ourselves. So we had this pre-program today so we could have you join us in saying no more. So I'm going to say hands off, and I want you to say DC. Hands off? DC. Hands off? DC. Hands off? DC. Now I'm going to say free, and I want you to say DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. Now I'm going to say DC. I want you to say statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. All right, thank you so much for coming out to the pre-program. We're going to start the program in just a few minutes.
That's having a heck of a time keeping it up. The pin doesn't fit. It's like too short. You know what I mean? I think this would be better. Sure, and then don't text me right here.
Watching you do it.
Let's go. Yeah.
You got that one, okay. And then
Thank you.
welcome to Hands Off, the People's Veto Rally in Washington, D.C. Please welcome Denise Bright Dove Ashton Dunkley.
Awesome. Thank you. Nice. Nope. Yeah.
Hey. Greetings, everyone. Nudelistam Elipan, Delawense Denise, Sapalee Mametake Mu. I am glad you all came. My name is Denise Bright Dove Dunkley. I am Nanticoke from the Nanticoke Lenape Nation, Turtle Clan. When I describe and envision my ancestral homelands without colonial borders, I say that I am from the southernmost tide waters of Lenape-Hoking, the land of Lenape. And that land spreads throughout most of Delaware, parts of Pennsylvania and Maryland, and all of New Jersey, and into New York. We are gathered today in the ancestral homelands of my relatives, the Piscataway people. I am humbled to speak here, and I acknowledge the responsibility of kinship. I want to thank the Piscataway Nation for their unwavering stewardship of this territory, and I ask you all to do the same. Indigenous people have occupied, governed, traded, thrived, and endured within our original territory since time immemorial. It is our inherent sovereign right to continue to do so. But acknowledging our existence is only one step. Good allies also amplify and elevate the voices of those they are helping. We are in a time of uncertainty. Indigenous, Black, and Brown are in dire need of assistance. In fact, solidarity is critical for our collective futures. We all know too well what happens to the land happens to the people. As we struggle to fight for life and beauty in this world and for the earth itself, each of us must decide where our moral compass leads us. Will you remember the Piscataway Nation when you leave here today? Will you honor the
Not one step back. 57 years ago, on April the 3rd, Reverend Dr. King said the night before he died, nothing would be more tragic than for us to turn back now. God help us not to turn back from the vision of our Constitution, that is to establish justice, to promote the general welfare. We, with moral vigor and righteous indignation, must stand up and say no. We cannot be at ease in America. History is pushing us, the present is demanding us, and the future is calling us. I said in 2018 that every age must have a movement of people that will build a moral fusion mass movement that stands together. That stands together because the issues before us are not about left versus right or Republican versus Democrat, but about right versus wrong and justice versus injustice. And with the help of the divine, we must unite more and more, declaring that we are black, we are white, we are Latino, we are Asian, we are Native, we are young, we are old, we are North, we are South, we are East, we are West, we are gay, we are straight, we are trans, we are America, and we ain't going nowhere. God give us the strength. We will not allow a budget that goes after the policies that lift the poor and low-wage workers of this nation. We will not accept the attacks on federal workers. We will not accept them, not now, not ever. And we will pray for them with no equivocation, no capitulation, no weakness, declare with all that is holy and divine. We cannot, we must not bow. We must reclaim our government. We must pledge ourselves to the work of the third reconstruction of America. We must lift every voice and sing together. We must lead with love and repent of the apathy that has too often slipped in. We cannot bow. Finally, they are afraid of you. Trump and Musk, who want to be dictators and want to be kings and lords, they are afraid of the power of love. All right, cool, man. is not an option. It might take mass call-in, but stand tall. It might take mass sit-in, but stand tall. It might take nonviolent civil disobedience, and they might arrest us, but stand tall. It might take mass praying, but stand tall. It might take class action lawsuit, but stand tall. It might take having a labor strike day on election day so that working people can vote. But stand tall. Stand tall in every precinct. Stand tall in every voting district. Stand tall in every city. Stand tall in every state. Stand tall in truth. Stand tall in love. Stand tall in justice. Stand tall and demand that they take their hands off our democracy, and the God of the universe will be with us. Stand tall. Bowing down. Say it with me. Bowing down. Bowing down. Bowing down is not an option. Stand. Stand. Stand.
Multiple sclerosis, breast cancer, and that most deadly disease of our time, malignant narcissistic personality disorder. Let the scientists do their job. They might even find a cure for that baffling worm and brain disease. The great thing about science is it's true whether or not the Secretary of Health and Human Services believes in it. Let's all say with Maryland, hands off science! Anybody here from Virginia? The birthplace of James Madison, who wrote us the First Amendment. It separated church and state for the first time in human history. It gave us the right to speak freely, to publish freely, to worship freely, to assemble freely, and to petition government for a redress of grievances. As Dr. King said, we've got the right to protest for what is right without being arrested, deported, or fired. We've got the right to read the books we want, including 1984 and The Handmaid's Tale, even if they now belong in the nonfiction section. We've even even got the right to call the president deranged for crashing our economy, destroying $6 trillion of wealth and turning my 401k into a 201k. And the press has the right to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Mexico. Madison's Constitution gave us the two most beautiful words in the English language: due process. Let's stand with Madison and Virginia and the people and Thomas Jefferson and all the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and let's say, hands off the Bill of Rights. Hello to the 713,000 tax-paying, patriotic citizens of Washington, D.C. Your officers, like Michael Fanone, joined the Capitol Police on January 6, 2021 to defend Congress against the worst insurrectionary mob violence of American history brought down on the Capitol, which wounded, hospitalized, and injured more than 140 of our police officers. These were mobsters who turned the flag of America into a weapon of war against our police. And now Donald Trump says he wants to set up a fund to compensate them. Mr. Trump, if there's going to be a fund to compensate people for January 6th, we're going to compensate the police officers and their families. We're going to back the men and women of the blue, not the planners of the coup. Meantime, the people of D.C. have a valid, bona fide political grievance, not an imaginary one. They've not stormed the Capitol or tried to overturn an election or hang the vice president. They petitioned for statehood like 37 states before them. They did it the right way. So we say to Donald Trump and Elon Musk, hands off Greenland, that's an independent country. Hands off Canada, that's an independent country. Hands off Panama, that's an independent country. Statehood for Washington, D.C. And let's say with the people of Washington, free D.C. To people across America, but especially the people of Wisconsin. They showed America that organized people who want nothing but freedom can defeat organized billionaires who want nothing but power. Here in America, Mr. Musk, justice is not for sale, and we don't raffle up state Supreme Court judgeships for $1 million prizes. Stop trying to buy our votes, government, and stop stealing. My friends, we're in the fight of our lives, but I want to tell you this. We are winning now. We are winning every day. We are winning in court, where 39 judges appointed by 5 Republican and Democratic presidents have issued 56 preliminary injunctions and TROs against this lawlessness. That's why my MAGA colleagues now want to impeach the judges like Judge Boasberg, the Chief Judge of the D.C. District Court. Yesterday, he ordered the return of Kilmer Garcia, a legal resident of the United States, married to a U.S. citizen. They sent him to a dictator's prison in El Salvador. The administration was forced to admit that his deportation was without due process and was, quote, an administrative error. But get this, then Trump said, well, c'est la vie. Mr. Garcia would have to stay in that torture facility because the U.S. no longer has custody over. But Judge Boasberg told him that if you've got the means to unlawfully deport someone, you find the means to bring them back. So now they're calling Judge Boasberg a radical left rogue judge. The problem is he was appointed to the bench first by President Bush. He was Justice Kavanaugh's roommate at Yale. He's known as a Congress that controls tariffs, not the president, not Elon Musk. Their tariffs are not only imbecilic, they're illegal.
Hands up! Palestine! Hands up! Voting rights! Hands up! Social Security! Hands up! NEH! Hands up! NEA! Hands up! Hands up! PBS! Hands up! Smithsonian! Hands up! FDA! Hands up! NIH! Hands up! Peace Corps! Hands up! Hands up! My 401k! Hands
in progress. We are the conservatives who will defend the land, the air, the water, the climate system, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the National Labor Relations Act, the Fair Labor Standards Act, the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, everything that their party of nihilists and authoritarians wants to tear down in the next few weeks, we are going to conserve and defend for future generations of Americans. We invite all Americans to join us. Join the party of democracy and freedom and solidarity. An injury to one is an injury to all. A victory for any one of us is a victory for all. And I leave you with the words of two great democracy patriots. Hold them close to your heart. One, the great Frederick Douglass, born a half an hour away at the Wye River Plantation. Into slavery. He escaped from slavery to become our great freedom fighter during the Civil War and Reconstruction. And Douglass said, if there's no struggle, there's no progress. And the struggle may be physical, it may be moral and physical, but there must be struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, and it never will. A message to you from Frederick Douglass and the people of Maryland. And my friends, I leave you finally with the words of the great Tom Paine, who my son Tommy was named after. And Tom Paine got here in 1774, 2 years before the Revolution. He fell in love with the promise. I agree! Me too! We need to take back the country! Yeah! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! This doesn't work unless you're moving around. Let's show it. Let's actually show it, guys. Come on. See a lot of people not saying it. Join in. Show you love your country. Actually sing a chant. Come on and say it with us. Say it with us. Come on. Ho, ho. Musk and Trump have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Musk and Trump have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Musk and Trump have got to go. Because he was a feminist, and that he was fighting for women's voting rights in the 18th century. But Paine said, these are the times that try men and women's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will shrink at this moment from the service of their cause and their country. But everyone that stands with us now will win the love and the favor and affection of every man and every woman for all time. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, but we have this saving consolation. The more difficult the struggle, the more glorious in the end will be our victory. Let's make that victory ours. Thank you, Indivisible. Thank you, America.
Please welcome Congressman Maxwell Frost.
Hello, how's everybody doing? This is about the fight for everything and everyone. When I say everything, say everyone. Everything. 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 It is so damn good to see this crowd. Yo, we all know that we're living in some dark times. We see the foundations of our society, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the very safety nets that people have fought for generations to ensure that our country lives up to its promise, are being targeted by the billionaires and the oligarchs and the corporations. This insidious rise of authoritarianism is fueled by corrupt billionaires and mega corporations who believe that they have the right to control every aspect of our lives. Our health care, to our schools, to our thoughts, to our very speech. Under the false banner of patriotism and freedom and a false banner of patriotism. They would have us believe that if we gave them all the control, everything would be great. But breaking news, they've had the control, and look at where we're at right now. Massive wealth inequality in this country, where most of our people live paycheck to paycheck. And it isn't a new problem for generations. The billionaires and oligarchs have kept all this wealth and left us with the crumbs. But we say, no more. In this moment, we all have a choice to make. As elected officials, we can't live in the world of what we can't do, but we have to live in the world of what we can and must do. I'll tell you, I had some friends come up to me and say, Maxwell, you should think about running for Congress. 4 years ago, I said, hell no, you're crazy. The crazy thing is, I didn't have all the power at the time, I didn't have all the money. I experienced homelessness during my campaign, and as many of you know, even after I was elected, I couldn't find a place to live in D.C. because the housing costs were too high.
Give up our seats? No problem.
He's just trying to make a buck. He wants to buy his pretzels. Buy his pretzels. He's trying to make a living. Buy his pretzels. Wait, I have a message. It's a real question, guys. Y'all really support these. There's nothing wrong with liking feet except to get a job.
Yeah, and we'd be peaceful and,
using everything they have. And it's insane because there is such international solidarity in the right-wing fascist movement. January 6th here, January 8th in Brazil, funded by a lot of the same people and organized by a lot of the same people. But here's the thing, their movement is run by fear, trying to push us against one another. They would have our people believe that the reasons we can't afford rent, the reason we can't afford health care, the reason we can't afford groceries is because of other people in our own communities. Yes, we know that this system is rigged and the status quo doesn't work for Americans, but it's not rigged against the billionaires, it's rigged for the billionaires and for the corporations. They are the ones hoarding so much wealth, we can't even imagine what it is. They're the ones cutting essential programs that help working families while giving themselves massive tax breaks that benefits nobody but themselves. They tell us that immigrants are stealing our jobs, but they're the ones shipping jobs overseas and hiring corporate lawyers to go in union busts. They're the ones that are screwing us over on the job. They tell us that trans people are a threat to our children, but they're the ones dismantling public education. They're the ones denying the climate crisis. They're the ones poisoning our planet. They're the ones doing nothing about the national public health emergency of gun violence. And they want us to believe that they're the patriots of free speech. But they're the ones disappearing college students across this country that are just fighting for peace to ensure that innocent people don't die. The message is simple, and I've been traveling the country. I went to Michigan with my good friend Senator Chris Murphy to a Republican district, and the message is simple. We're in this situation not because of our neighbors. I promise you, your bank account looks a lot more like your trans neighbors or your immigrant neighbors, and nothing like Elon Musk's. In fact, we're all closer to being on the streets than having a bank account that looks like his. How do you think he got to where he's at? I have people who come up to me and say, Maxwell, why would they be stealing? Elon Musk is already the richest person in the world. He has enough money. The question is, how do you think he became the richest person in the world? And, you know, Elon doesn't like me. If you told me 5 years ago that the richest man on earth would be tweeting about me, I mean, it goes to show Elon's a great example that money can't buy you happiness, and money can't buy you a Wisconsin Supreme Court seat either. But I'll tell you, our way out of this is not to back down, is not to be silent, is not to be divided. Throughout human history, authoritarians, they're never satisfied with the power that they have. And so they test the bounds. They push the limits. They break the law. And then they look at the public to see if they're quiet or if they're loud.
That's enough.
If we are quiet, if elected officials are quiet, then we are complicit. And we cannot be complicit in the tearing apart of Medicaid, of Social Security, of food stamps and nutritional assistance, of the things that we fought for and earned. This is why Democrats in the House and across the country, we can't be and we are not the minority party. We must be the opposition in this moment. And then in less than 2 years, we will become the majority. And I'll tell you this, Elon Musk was on the news the other day saying, well, if the Democrats win, it's just going to be subpoenas and investigations. It's the one thing he's right about. You're damn right there's going to be subpoenas. You're damn right there's going to be investigations. Because when you steal from the people, expect the people to rise up at the ballot box and on the streets. Look, I'll end with this. I'm not going to be the one to sit here and say everything is going to be okay. Because to be honest, there's going to be a lot of people, and there's already a lot of people who are not okay, who are suffering from this authoritarian right-wing regime that is trying to have a billionaire takeover of our government. But the good thing is we are not alone. Not just in this moment and in this crowd, but I mean we're not alone in the grand mosaic of humanity and timeline of justice. We stand alongside the water protectors, the freedom fighters, the anti-war warriors, the labor organizers, and movements of working people throughout human history that have seen the world through the eyes of the most vulnerable and said, we are all together. We are not divided and we are not apart. And it's not going to be easy. And I know this coming from a movement. You know, I got involved in politics when I was 15 years old because I didn't want to get shot in school. I was a part of movement for 10
I know, I mean, it's just crazy. It's like in Maryland, we're like, aside from D.C., we're like the most federal jobs.
attention to us. This is what's going on right now. I always tell people, the testament of an organizer is what you do when nobody's paying attention. But the testament of a movement is what you do when the world is watching. And the world is watching our country right now. There will be times when we feel discouraged. There will be times where we feel disappointed. But when those feelings overcome you, Think about this moment. Think about our people. Think about our stories. And think about the people who came before us. And in my mind, I always think about the amazing Angela Davis when she said, I am no longer accepting what I cannot change. I am changing what I cannot accept. So to the people, can you accept cuts to Social Security? Can you accept cuts to Medicare and Medicaid? Can we accept the rise of right-wing authoritarians in this country? Can we accept them banning the books in our libraries? Can we accept them trying to ethnically cleanse the people from a land? Can we accept kids being mowed down in their schools? Well, it sounds like we have a lot of damn work to do. God bless you all. Let's continue to fight, and we will win. Thank you.
Please welcome Move On Executive Director, Rana Epting.
Hello, DC! I'm Rana, and I'm with Move On. Who's a Move On member? Raise your hand. That's right, because at Move On, we believe in the power of the people. We believe in the power of collective action, and that's what today is all about. Look, we know Trump and Musk and the Republicans have been launching an all-out flood-the-zone strategy to overwhelm us with attacks on Social Security, Medicaid, on other critical services and benefits that we've earned, on attacks on our rights and our freedoms. They want us to feel helpless. They want us to be hopeless. They want us to feel alone in our concerns. Are we alone? Are we helpless? Hell no. Are we hopeless? No, because when we come together, we are powerful, and thank you for being here today. Look, Trump and Musk, they're doing everything to consolidate their power. You know that. You know that. They're firing tens of thousands of federal employees. They're threatening to get rid of more. They're trying to eliminate the Department of Education, leaving students, parents, and teachers on the cold in favor of making their billionaire backers richer and richer. And now they're attempting to silence our neighbors in the workforce all across the country by taking away their voice on the job. Are we going to stand for that? But as we know, the working people united will never be divided, will never be defeated. And you're about to hear from some incredible leaders of unions here today. We'll be joined alongside with working people who've been directly affected at the hands of Trump and Musk. They're not just fighting for their members, they are fighting for all of us, folks. So please give a big, hearty welcome to the stage, AFL-CIO President Liz Schuler, NEA President Becky Pringle, National Nurses United President Kathy Kennedy, NFSE President Randy Irwin, and AFG President Everett Kelly, along with their members.
Wow, what a beautiful sight! Thank you so much! I'm Liz Schuler, President of the AFL-CIO, America's Unions. And I'm so honored to be here with all of you and with all of our labor activists and leaders here to bring the voice of not just our 63 unions and nearly 15 million workers, but of every working person in this country. So listen, this administration wants us, they want us to think that these cuts are about a bunch of bureaucrats. That these cuts don't matter to workers and families across the country. Well, I'm up here today next to workers who are the human face of what is going on. The people who make our lives better, who serve our communities, and whose lives have been turned upside down by this administration. People like Shanice Mendel, who's standing right here next to me, an Air Force veteran and then went to work for the federal government, the Office of Personnel Management. A proud AFGE union member. She made sure people got their health care until this administration fired her. Does that make sense to anyone here? Listen, ever since this election, I keep thinking about how divided working people are. But the people I talk to every day, teachers, nurses, construction workers, engineers, sanitation,
magnificent! Of all the civil rights for which this world has fought and died for 5,000 years, the right to learn is the most fundamental. The freedom to learn has been bought by bitter sacrifice. So whatever you might think about the curtailment of other civil rights, you must fight to the last ditch to keep open the right to learn. Those words
31 years. And I am honored to be the president of this nation's largest labor union, the National Education Association. I am joined here on stage by teachers and education support staff. And we are joined by the 3 million people who have dedicated their lives to teaching and nurturing, counseling and feeding, driving
of federal employees. We are here today as defenders of democracy. We are here today as champions of justice. We are here as protectors of our freedom and the American way of life. That's why we're here. And brothers and sisters, let me tell you this, that AFGE is here standing on principles. Say principles. Because today our nation is at a crossroads. In recent days, we witnessed unprecedented attacks on our democracy, on the rule of law, on American veterans, on American workers, on our civil servants, on our government, on our communities, on our union, and on the very freedom guaranteed to us by our Constitution. What do we say? We say no. Now, just last week, the president issued an unprecedented executive order, and the union of over 1 million American workers who serve their country every single day, a third of whom are veterans themselves, and that is an attack on LGE. But let me tell you something, it's not just an attack on LGE, but it's an attack on all of us. Because if he is able to deny our members their rights under the law, guess what? He won't stop there, because you're next. He'll deny your rights. And that's their hope. That's their plan. But they thought it was easy. They thought we were easy targets. But let me tell you something about union members and veterans. We will not be intimidated. I'm a veteran myself. I'm an Army veteran. We will not be silenced. We will not bow down. We'll stand up and say, hands off our union. We'll stand up and say, hands off our contract. We'll stand up and say, hands off our democracy. We'll stand up and speak truth to power.
Would you mind if I ask you a couple questions?
No, go ahead.
Cool, we'll stand off to the side for that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You can just look at me for the interview.
Okay.
First, what's your first and last name?
My first name is Deidre.
How do you spell that?
Deidra. Do I have to give my last name?
If you don't mind.
It's okay.
Decline to provide last name. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
What do you do for a living?
I am a retired band director.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
What? You probably play multiple instruments.
Yes,
don't you?
multiple instruments, definitely. My major instrument was bassoon in college. Yeah.
My cousin went to UConn and did their music program and then music education.
Okay.
In fact, both of them, they're twins.
Mm-hmm.
They both did music. One did education, one did business. So one's teaching, is it like elementary school music right now?
Yeah, there's like general music probably, or choral music, you know.
Yeah. And the other one's in a band right now, so he's playing around
good.
the country. So
Good. Yeah, probably making more money than the music teacher. Just saying.
Maybe. Well, his side job was at a record label, but the record label was acquired and they all got let go. So.
Oh.
Yeah. It's rough.
Thanks. Yeah.
Anyway, Deidre, what brings you out to protest here today?
I'm really concerned about the state of our country, our democracy, really the state of the world. And my ancestors gave too much. My parents, my grandparents, great-grandparents, and everyone before gave too much, broke too much ground for me and people like me just to let this go. So I'm not going to go down without a fight.
And is there one particular issue that has affected you so far, or that you're most concerned about? Seeing the changes in this government.
To be honest, I think the thing that hurts me most personally is now that I'm pretty much retired, Social Security, whatever in the world they're trying to do. Well, I know they're trying to destroy it. Watching my 403B evaporate in the last 2 days. And it's pretty hurtful to see minority history just being erased. It's pretty sickening. So I want to do my part.
Thank you, Deidre.
Yeah, thank you.
You live here in D.C. or live elsewhere?
I live in Vienna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Are you local or?
I used to be. I lived here for 8 years, and then in 2020 I moved to California.
Oh, okay.
So I'm in Oakland, and then I'm in town. We had some training this week, and then because our staff's been so busy, really 18 months, but more recently now too.
Not getting any sleep.
Right.
Yeah.
So I volunteered to help out a little bit extra, so state's taking protest, court cases, the whole nine yards.
Well, I'm glad that you're able to still keep doing this. So. Will I be able to hear or see?
It is kind of a roll of the dice. Yeah. We put out a video that's got like B-roll of signs, and protesters, and sound bites, and then if you work for the BBC, you can download that video and use it in your broadcast. So we've got a roll of the dice. We never know where it'll end up. Yeah. Even some of our video ends up on Reuters.com. All that. Yeah. We have like a separate producer, a separate desk in New York. He's like taking all this video as it comes in, and trying to get the best from all around the country to put a good, well-rounded piece.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate what you're doing. Keep it up.
Have a good one.
I'm going to say that Tommy Martin for about. Are you professional or is this?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it going to be on TV? Is there a reason that they are not recording these things?
No. We've got 3 cameramen here. We're at most of these protests. Yesterday I was at the federal courthouse in Maryland, where the judge told the Department of Justice that they had to bring back the gentleman who was deported by accident. So we're here and we're covering it for Reuters. I can't speak for other news outlets.
Just as a question, was there a time? They said 12 to 2 and it's 1:30 now.
Yeah, I saw 12 to 2. There was like some pre-show programming on stage from 11 to 12.
Oh, okay. But we were here at 11:30. There wasn't anything.
We were waiting for speakers. You don't know how many there are, do you?
The list, actually.
No, how many people?
Oh, people now. We avoid making crowd estimates because
does the parks do that?
Authorities, police sometimes, but not always.
Thank you.
It's tough to get an accurate figure because people have different
Too many
methods.
good people just walk by.
Oh, right.
They often always.
Oh, yeah. The hat.
And thank you for talking very much.
Thanks. And then he just,
Hey, Tom. Oh, sorry. I will make sure that this is all good.
did you see a sign that said that?
No, good. Let's close this from
To your left.
Not
James. Independence Avenue, 14th Street. Yes, here we go. March against ICE, protect our students, 3:30. Yes, at 3:30. Yes, about an hour and a half. Yes, 3:30. March against ICE, protect our students. It's on Independence Avenue. Yeah, yeah, look that way. Yeah. Thank you. 3:30.
Quick interview real quick?
Nothing. On the past week, your last article saying
World War II. Mind doing a quick interview real quick?
I work for a radio station.
Quick interview real quick?
Oh, God. I don't know. You want to get the interview? Vanessa would. No?
Have a good one.
Like, the second or third I was supposed to be down here.
Quick interview real quick?
What?
Quick interview real quick?
I still look
Great that you're right here. Go on 15th Street.
She's very popular.
Quick interview real quick? No? Alright, thanks.
Shy people.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep encouraging.
You know what's so it's so random, but here.
work for Reuters. Would you mind if I did a quick interview right here?
Absolutely.
You can look at me for the interview.
Take off my hat. I want to promote the Country Club of Baltimore.
Sir, tell me about what brings you out here to the protest today.
Well, I'm pretty much anti everything that's going on. There's so many things. There's way too much to list. But I wanted to be here to be a part of history and see if we can find a way to change things.
And tell me about the sign that you're holding. What is it? Can you read it for me? And tell
Sure.
me what made you print it out and bring it?
In a world full of Pete Hegseths, be a Pete Buttigieg. Pete Hegseth is the worst Department of Defense secretary we've ever seen, and Pete Buttigieg was our Secretary of Transportation. Fantastic. He should run for president. He's an amazing guy.
And of all the policy changes that the Trump administration has put in place, which among them are you most concerned about and potentially is affecting you?
Well, affecting me is pretty much everything, but due process is the biggest one. We've got people that are being put in jail, sent to other countries that haven't been before a judge. So therefore, we've got a lot of mistakes happening. And therefore, as far as I'm concerned, due process is the biggest. We need people to be rightfully detained, if so, then put before a judge and then found innocent or guilty.
And what's your first and last name, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm Randy Heller.
And you live in Baltimore?
I live in Springfield, Virginia.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm retired.
So what's your age?
I'm 64.
Great, thank you, sir.
Nice to meet you. Reuters, I'll be looking for it.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Oh, yeah.
About doing an interview.
For where?
Reuters News.
Sure.
You can look at me for the interview.
Okay.
Tell me what brings you out to the protest today.
Well, I drove 6 hours. I have been online and seeing, well, I mean, all you have to do is listen to the news, but I was online. It inspired me to come out and protest here. The main things that I'm mad about are the firing of federal employees and the taking away of benefits for the people that need them most, just to line the pockets of billionaires. So I don't see the sense in any of it, but it makes me very angry, and so I'm protesting our current regime. So.
And tell me about your sign. Can you read it for me? And
I
tell
sure
me why you chose that one.
Make billionaire space Nazis fictional again, because the real ones are unfortunately in charge of firing government employees that don't deserve it, and government employees that we need in order to keep our government functional for everyone, not just for billionaires.
And what's your first and last name, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't. I'm Kat, C-A-T, Kenny, K-E-N-N-E-Y.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a speech pathologist in Cleveland, Ohio.
Cool. And what's your age?
56, I think. I lost track after 50. I'm trying to forget it.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Good luck today. Yep.
Great
Cheers.
sign.
Thank you.
Now when he's at the
We actually, the middle school I was at last year, they got a grant. They're taking all of the 8th graders. Yes, yeah, I really want to see what we see. See the TV network? Yeah.
load these news? Sure. Just look at these for the review. Sir, can you tell me what brought you out today to this protest?
Just to make our voices heard. That we object to the everything that Donald Trump is doing, basically in terms of his power grab and all the damage he's doing to the economy and to democracy. That's why I'm saying the Trump slump is basically the stock market's crashing, the economy's going to crash, it's already crashing, and it's all about Trump. It's all his actions, his stupidity, his mistakes.
And you mentioned the economy. Is it the tariffs that you've been paying attention to all week? And what do you think of the state of those tariffs and the state of the economy?
I think the tariffs is a huge mistake. It's an incredibly huge mistake.
And would you say, is that like one of your biggest issues that you've been paying attention to throughout his administration, or is there others that are...
It's one of many. It's eroding the balance of power, doing power grabs on things that he doesn't have constitutional authority to do. So he's eroding the Constitution that he swore to defend.
What's your first and last name?
I'd rather not say.
What do you do for a living?
I'm retired.
Retired. Where do you live? Or where are you from?
In Arlington.
Arlington. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Well, the first time I came, we went right.
Right. Although I would have.
It's like rolled up, but not
Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump.
I love really I know. I've just never. We
and a critical to fight against every attempt to shatter what has been built. Understand this. This is not a sprint, and it never has been. It is a marathon. Long before any of us were born, long before the movement, before they thought that they could seize control, this battle was set in motion. It was set in motion by the brave people who had long fought and died for a better America. It's our turn to carry that torch, and we will do that with honor. And we are armed with the lessons of their struggles, the victories they won, and the unwavering belief that America can always become better. The fight for freedom, equality, and justice has never been easy, but it has always been worth it. And in that spirit, we rise together with all of these amazing organizations as not just a movement, but a coalition under one simple truth. This is our civil rights moment. This is our call to action. It is our power. It is our voice. It is the essence of who we are and who we've always been. A people who will be damned if we are silent. They will never break us. They will never steal our future. We are the movement, and with hope and faith, we are unstoppable. We must and we will save ourselves. Because reality check, no one is coming to save us. We the people will never stop fighting for the country we deserve. You are, I am, we are all 50-51. Before I go, I do this at a lot of different protests, and I did this when we lost Amendment 4 in Florida, which was the abortion rights ballot initiative. I want you to turn to the person next to you, and I want you to say, you are loved. You are resilient. And you are important. We have a long road ahead of us. So remember, joy is resistance, hope is resistance, self-care is resistance. We are the resistance. And I have one message to the administration. They say America first. I say go to the airport because America is right here and we're knocking at your door. Thank you.
Please welcome Executive Director Sarah Hadgusti, Win Without War.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah Hadgusti. I am the Executive Director of Win Without War, a movement 200,000 strong across the country. I'm here today to tell Elon Musk to keep their hands off our families. Donald Trump tries to tear my family apart. When the Muslim ban first came down, I was pregnant with my first child and terrified that my mother would not be allowed in the country because she, like me, simply happened to be born in Iran. And I want to say thank you to every single person who showed up today, because it was because of protests just like this, as well as legal action from our movement, that my family was okay. That said, there are so many others who are not. Because Donald Trump wants us to believe that families like mine and families like yours should have to suffer, be separated, or even die because of his warped notions of national security. Donald Trump claimed that it was because of national security that Mahmoud Khalil was abducted in front of his wife, who was 8 months pregnant, and shipped up to Louisiana because of his free speech. Donald Trump claimed that it was because of national security that Ramisa Öztürk, a PhD student, was abducted by masked agents and shipped up for daring to publish her opinion. Donald Trump claims that it was because of national security that immigrants are being arrested and shipped off to mega prisons in El Salvador run by an autocrat, and one of the people he shipped off was Kilmar Abreu Garcia, a dad who lived down the road in ceasefire and is now back to slaughtering and wiping out whole families in Gaza. Now let me be very clear. Not a single person here is more safe when parents in Gaza have to dig with their bare hands through rubble, hoping that their kids are alive. Not a single person here is more safe because the families who lost loved ones and had lost from Hamas during the horrific October 7th are still waiting to have their loved ones come home. When Donald Trump cozies up to dictators like Putin, when he takes away critical HIV treatment from so many in need, when he lets food rot in warehouses instead of giving them to people, he makes every single one of us less sick. I am here today to say hands off our families. Hands off our students. Hands off our neighbors. Hands off aid. And hands off Gaza. I want you all to remember that from South Korea to Brazil, we have seen time and time again the power of movements just like this one and their success in pushing back against right-wing coups and authoritarianism. And that is what we are here doing today, and that is what we will keep doing until we win. And I am so grateful to be here with you as we get it done. Thank you.
Please welcome Kyle Lewis, Vote Vets.
Oh my gosh, you guys look fantastic. I wish you could see this. Great work on the signs too. You guys did a fantastic job. You showed out today. Hey, so it's great to be here with so many of you beautiful, smiling people. My bad. My name is Kyle Lewis, and I'm here with Vote Vets, the first and largest organization for progressive veterans in this country. I'm a veteran, a father, a Medicare beneficiary, and a stage 4 cancer thriver. So 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with an aggressive stage 4 cancer, and I was told I just had weeks to live. My doctors recommended I begin an innovative immunotherapy treatment. This treatment involved experimental drugs, which were part of a clinical trial funded by NIH through Johns Hopkins Hospital. Absolutely, shout out NIH. You did hear me say were there. I used the past tense because that's no longer the case. The counterfeit king and his jackass jester have taken their chainsaw to NIH funding and jobs. They've hacked apart the Department of Veterans Affairs, disrupting vital health care to veterans like myself. And they've shamefully fired critical health workers. They've wantonly slashed money for clinical trials and other crucial medical and scientific work which leads to breakthroughs like the drugs that saved my life, drugs that in many cases are no longer available. My life and the lives of millions of Americans with cancer and other life-threatening diseases are now at even greater risk. The lives and well-being of veterans are at risk. All of this is the greed and inhumanity of a tiny number of obscenely rich billionaires. Absolutely. They want to fleece the people's government, our government, and seize more money for themselves. And make no mistake, these are our tax dollars. This is our money. These are our services. I was and remain extremely lucky to be here. That clinical trial and those drugs saved my life, and they're the only reason I'm standing up here speaking to you today. They're the only reason my young children got more time with their dad. If I received my original diagnosis today, I wouldn't be so lucky. If my cancer comes roaring back, and the available data suggests that it will, I won't be so lucky. All across our United States, we have family, friends, neighbors, and coworkers who have suffered through cancer and other deadly diseases. We know veterans who depend on VA health care. Our lives are now at greater risk because my life-saving treatment and others just like it have been destroyed by this administration. Funding for medical and scientific research is a core government function. It will not and cannot be replaced by private companies. We've seen what happens when we do that. We get the Sacklers and the opioid crisis. We get skyrocketing insulin prices. We get Martin Shkreli and unattainable HIV treatment costs. I did not vote for the felonious Pharaoh, and no one voted for his wannabe Willy Wonka, both of whom are destroying our livelihood. To them we say, hands off medical research. Hands off science. Hands off Veterans Affairs. Hands off Medicare and Medicaid. And hands off our services. Thank you so much for being out here today. You guys look beautiful. I love all the signage. And remember, this is what resistance looks like. Like the man said, somebody got to do it.
Please welcome Representative Catherine.
Oh, it is such a beautiful sight to see over 100,000 patriots. So I'm the whip in the House, and I count the votes and make sure that we stay unified. And I want to tell you, you are putting on one hell of a whip operation here. You are not just saying hands off. You're not just standing up for your family and your community. You are the patriots standing up for our country. This is all about all of us versus the billionaire class and the politicians that they have purchased. This is about a Republican Party that has not betrayed just you, but the very people who voted for them. So we say to them, hands off our Social Security. Hands off our Medicaid. Hands off our public schools. Hands off our child care. Hands off our science and research. Hands off our veterans' benefits. Hands off our civil rights. Hands off our bodies. And hands off our votes. We do not want a government of, by, and for the billionaire class. And we want to make sure that you are heard on the other end of this mall, at the Capitol. And right over there at the White House. We're going to tell them we see your cowardice. We see that you have chosen power over our country, over democracy. And we're here to tell you we're not going to stand for it. What we're going to do
is stand together against the lies they're telling us every single day. Against the fascist lie that our bodies are not our own. That non-white means non-qualified. That billionaires are worthy of dignity more than working families. The lie that our children should go to school hungry and that our seniors should die in poverty. So these have been desperate times, and we can get full of despair. That's the strategy. But I'll tell you, look around. Our power lies in our number. So we're going to keep up the fight, and we are going to build a future that is worthy of our children. Thank you for being here.
Please welcome Co-President Rob Weissman, Executive Chair Norm Eisen, State Democracy Defenders Action, National Campaigns Director Anu Joshi from ACLU.
Hey y'all, we are the litigators! With our big coalition of hundreds of democracy and civil society groups, labor and federal employees, and ordinary folks like the over 100,000 of you. We have gone to court from San Francisco and Seattle to New York and New Hampshire. And we and our coalition have won. More than 50 court orders stopping Trump and Musk and their cronies. The judges have been Democratic appointees and Republican appointees and independents. And do you know what they have said? Hands off my Constitution. Second time, but I think they heard you. We have won those cases by working together as a coalition, all the thousands of us. I love you too. My organization, State Democracy Defenders Fund, went to court to stop Musk and Doge on the very first day, the very first case brought with Rob and his colleagues at Public Citizen. We went to court with Anu and the ACLU and her colleagues and brought the very first case on January 20th, saying, Donald Trump, you can't choose which babies born in this country are citizens and which not. The Constitution made that choice. And since then, we won that and dozens more the coalition did. And you know what? Trump and Musk can't stand all that losing. That's why, yes, they hate it. That's why they're lashing out at all the lawyers and the law firms. Shoot, they're lashing out at me. Donald Trump has removed my security clearance 3 times. 3 times. I don't know if it's a mental capacity thing and he just forgets that he did it, or if he takes it away and then when he loses again, he says, turn it back on so I can feel better about all the losing. Anu, what do you think?
Liberties Union. In the just over 2 months since Inauguration Day, the ACLU has filed over 30 lawsuits against the Trump administration for their extreme, cruel, and illegal actions. And we are winning, and we are not slowing down. But the truth is, while fighting and winning in court is important, we all know it's not nearly enough. We need the power of the people. And together, we must demand that our members of Congress and our governors and our mayors and big law and university presidents and CEOs get in these damn streets with us. They need to show us that they will not capitulate to the Trump administration's threat. The Trump administration's attacks on our right to dissent are the biggest threat to the First Amendment since the Red Scare. The unconscionable and unconstitutional arrest of international students and scholars should alarm every one of us. ICE has illegally snatched people from their homes and neighborhoods, threatened their legal status, and sent them across the country with no notice to their loved ones or their lawyers. In direct retaliation for constitutionally protected speech. The government cannot punish us because they don't like what we say. That's not my opinion, that is central to the Constitution. One of those students that was rounded up is our client, Rumiesa Oster, a Tufts University student who is illegally accosted and arrested outside of her home by plainclothes federal agents and then sent over 1,000 miles away to a for-profit private prison in Louisiana. And all of this terror inflicted because she co-wrote an op-ed for her student newspaper. That's why the ACLU of Massachusetts, CLEAR, and Massachusetts are standing with Rumiesa in court in defense of her First Amendment rights. The government cannot punish us because they don't like what we say. I want to end with a statement from Rumiesa that she shared with her legal team earlier this week. I am a PhD student working with children and youth. We know that injustice in the world and systemic brutality towards people of color has long-lasting negative effects on children, youth, and other communities. Writing is one of the most peaceful ways of addressing systemic inequality. Efforts to target me because of my op-ed in the Tufts Daily calling for the equal dignity and humanity of all people will not deter me from my commitment to advocate for the rights of youth and children. And we cannot let it deter us from fighting for the future of this country.
Public citizen. As you have heard today, and as you know, we are living under the most lawless, Constitution-trampling administration in American history. And so there's nothing more immediately urgent than for us to go to court and beat Trump again and again and again over his illegal and unconstitutional actions. And we have to do it because it's not just about a Schoolhouse Rock moment. It's because people's lives are at stake. It is his illegal actions that are causing a humanitarian disaster around the world. So people are going to die from malaria and TB and preventable disease for no reason. That is paving the way for financial fraudsters, for credit card scams, and big banks to rip us off. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions that are rolling back the rules that give us clean air. It is his illegal and unconstitutional action which is racing us towards climate catastrophe. Illegal and unconstitutional actions which are rolling back core racial justice programs. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions which are stripping away our free speech rights. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions which threaten this nation's labor movement and the right of workers and the federal government and elsewhere to organize collectively. We have to go to court, and we have to keep beating him, and we're going to do that. But, let me tell you this, we are not going to win all the time. We are going to lose cases that we should win. We're going to lose cases that we should win. And if we won every single case we brought, it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough to roll back this authoritarian steamroller we're facing. There's only one thing. There's only one thing that's enough to face down this authoritarian moment. And that is this movement here today. That is us here, more than 100,000 of us here right now, more than 1 million of us across the country, more people watching online, people who can't join because they're scared, joining together. So it's together we say when they come after our Social Security, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our Medicare, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our free speech rights, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our labor unions, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our democracy, as a movement we say, hands off. That's how we're going to win. Hands off. Hands off to Musk. Hands off to Trump. Hands off to authoritarianism. But hands open to each other, my friends. Hands open and embracing each other. And hands together in solidarity. Hands together in love. Hands together in community. Hands together in empathy. That's how we beat autocracy. That's how we beat oligarchy. That's how we beat Trump. That's how we send us back where we belong. That's how we rescue our democracy. Together, hands together, hands together, hands together, hands together, hands together.
Please welcome Interim Executive Director Portia Allen Kyle, Color of Change.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Portia Allen Kyle, and I have the honor of leading Color of Change. We're a civil rights and racial justice organization fueled by millions of members across the country, just like y'all, who have showed out today to hold corporations, to hold our government accountable to take action on solutions for us. I wish we were gathered here under different circumstances, but 100,000 plus people here and millions of folks across the country coming together to stand up for our future is a beautiful thing. Because there is a lot to celebrate about a future that we are fighting for. We're here to tell those in power to take their hands off our future, their hands off our economic vitality, to take their hands off our democracy. And we've seen what they're willing to do in this fight. They're willing to rob our families of stability and opportunity, all to protect the interests of the wealthy and the well-connected. They're willing to steal the dignity of our elders by plundering Social Security, treating a lifetime of hard work as expendable and disposable. They're willing to gut the jobs of government workers who keep our communities running and keep our communities safe, just to consolidate power and profit. And this is just the latest chapter in a story in a long history designed to strip Black communities, Indigenous communities, Latino communities, queer communities, and our disabled brothers and sisters from our power, our purpose, and our possibility. But they can't. And we won't let them. The goal of this administration's agenda is predicated on anti-Blackness, and a neo-segregationist agenda and approach that is seeking to erase us and erase our history. And while they seek to break us to embolden themselves, I'm reminded of the words of Alice Walker, prolific writer, Black woman and thought leader, who said there are those who believe that Black people possess the secret of joy, and that it is this that will sustain them through any spiritual or moral or physical devastation. And as a Black woman who has experienced the cruelties and injustices of this world, but who will not let it break me, I know her words are correct. She says resistance is the secret of joy. And that's something I want everyone here to remember today. Because there's something that is viscerally satisfying when we say absolutely the fuck not. We must remember to find joy even in the darkest of times, because our joy is resilience. Our joy is defiance. Our joy is the sustenance that keeps us fighting for freedom and justice. And that joy and that motivation will take us a lot further than the hate that fuels them. Because this isn't the first time that segregationists, bigots, and the privileged wealthy elite have tried to steal our joy. And so shout out to all of us that work for a living. Shout out to all of us that know adversity, that have experienced it throughout history, and yet have found joy. Found joy in community. Found joy in togetherness. Found joy in the collective imagination and fighting for a just and equitable world that we just haven't experienced yet. And as always, it will be Black communities, communities of color, queer people, disabled folk, and our allies who are on the front lines fighting for our freedom. And so we tell people in power, hands off. Let the words, let the community, let the joy to be found today sustain you, nourish you in the coming days, months, and years fighting this terror. But it can't storm forever. Remember that joy is the lifeblood of resistance and defiance in the face of evil. That dancing, creating, and I see the signs, I know y'all are creating. That marching, that protesting, that standing up against this neo-segregationist tyranny and authoritarianism, that we will continue to say hands off, that we will continue to find joy in the resistance, and we will resist with joy. Thank you.
Please welcome Gabriel Eaton, Planned Parenthood.
Hello, beautiful people. My name is Gabe, and I'm from La Crosse, Wisconsin. That's the Wisconsin where the richest person in the world spent millions of dollars trying to buy a state Supreme Court seat, and he failed! Can I hear it for all the Wisconsinites defending democracy? Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Black. I am Filipino-Japanese, second generation. I'm a disabled trans man. But I'm also a Medicaid patient. I'm also a person who uses food stamps. I'm also a person who has been through houselessness in this country. I am also a person who has gone through substance use and addiction. And most of all, I am a patient of Planned Parenthood. I am everything that Donald Trump and Elon Musk want to erase. I am everything they want to silence. With every executive order, with every safety net they slash, every hateful word they say, they want me to go away. So in case they're listening down the street, which I doubt they are, hello, I'm here. I exist. We as people all exist. But they do keep trying. Every day there's something new to be pissed / terrified / heartbroken about. Last week, Donald Trump and Elon Musk came after an organization near and dear to my heart, Planned Parenthood. Show of hands, how many of you have been to a Planned Parenthood for care? Or has had a neighbor or a loved one go? I love you all, thank you. I'm not at all surprised nor shocked, because 1 in 4 people have been to Planned Parenthood. It's for our communities and for our neighbors. I've been a Planned Parenthood patient many times over, for an IUD and birth control, for life-saving HIV protection through PrEP, for testosterone, for an overabundance of condoms and safer sex materials, for letters of support for my top surgery. Planned Parenthood has our backs. I've always had Planned Parenthood's back, but I'm now here to support and show my love for this organization. And I'm also here to tell you what you need to do. You need to call your members of Congress. You need to call your local politicians. Tell them to protect Planned Parenthood patients by any means necessary. This isn't an ask, this is a tell. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell anybody who will listen to you. Tell them to keep their hands off of our health care. Hands off our health care. Hands off our health care. Hands off our bodies. Hands off our bodies. Hands off our bodies. Hands off our bodies. Tell the billionaires down the street that want to tell us what we can do with our bodies and our lives. Tell them to fuck off! Tell them we deserve better! And that's why I'm here today. To remind them that they cannot take away our rights. They cannot take away who I am. Because I won't let them! We won't let them! We won't let them! We won't let them! demonstrations from when I was a little kid for Prop 8 in California, when my rights were forged. I've used my voice to fight for my neighbors in my community. This is who I am. This is who we are. And I know there's always something that you and I can do to fight back. We can volunteer. We can knock doors for the election like I did. We can call our members of Congress and our local politicians to tell them to take their hands off of our health care. You can share your story with anybody who will listen. Please. Tell anyone who will listen, anyone who cares, anyone who will give you the time of day why this matters to you. There are hundreds upon thousands of us, and we are not going away. We will not be erased. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Executive Director, Kaya Chatterjee, Free DC.
You all look so beautiful out there. Give yourselves a round of applause. My name is Kaya Chatterjee. I'm the Executive Director of Free DC, and I'm here because I know that everyone here agrees that DC deserves better than what we're getting right now. DC deserves to manage and run and have our own budget. DC deserves to have our own laws. DC deserves to have elected officials that represent us, the people of DC, and our interests, people who we elected to represent our interests. And DC deserves to maintain our status as a sanctuary city. There's nobody who should be able to take that away from us, because that is what we voted for here in DC. Now, this administration is attempting a power grab in so many ways, but it's also attempting a power grab over the people of DC and DC communities. And it is up to us, it is up to all of us to stop them. Whether or not you live in DC, it is up to us. We have to stop them, because when we talk about DC, we are talking about more than just any old city. We are talking about the capital city of this country. And for a leader like this one that lives in that house behind you all, they are consolidating power so fast. They are trying to control the capital city. That is how they want to stifle us. It's how they want to stifle protest like this. It's how they want to stifle dissent. And that's really dangerous to let them come after DC, the capital. This president is following an authoritarian playbook. He's doing the things that authoritarians have done throughout history to concentrate power and to break down democracy. We've seen him, right? Dismantling federal agencies. Anyone seen that? Retaliating against critics. Allowing some people who he likes to operate above the law. This is what authoritarians do, and we cannot let him take over our capital. It is up to all of us to stop them. And here in DC, we are uniquely powerful. It has always, in every country where we've seen people rise up against authoritarianism, it has always been people in the capital city who rise up. And Free DC is here to build the movement that it will take to make it clear that we, all of us, inside, outside DC, we will not comply. I know that we can do this because, unlike the president, I know the people of DC. And some of you heard this morning the go-go beats that we danced to. We saw some of our students up here this morning, our beautiful students who are brilliant. And we know that our neighbors are connected to each other and in communities that love each other. Those are the things that make it impossible for a leader to oppress people. Those communities, those relationships, that beauty, that creativity. So we heard just a few minutes ago a lot about the importance of joy. I want to ask you all to say it with me, to be a part of this movement for joy. Because we are going to need to push back. Here in DC, about 3 weeks ago, we did something pretty unprecedented. We flooded wanted 100 Senate offices at once, and we actually, so we didn't get them to save democracy because they didn't have the sign for that, but we did get them to actually pass a standalone bill that let us use our own local dollars in D.C. They tried to take that away from us. But now that bill is in front of the House of Representatives, and the people, you're about to hear from some people who support us in allowing us to use our own dollars, but unfortunately, we're going to have to push for this. So I want to invite everyone here to join us on Monday morning. We're going to be up at the Capitol at Spirit of Justice Park. You can go to our website, 3dcproject.org, and figure out how to join us. Join us in forcing this government to let us have our own local dollars. This is part of protecting D.C., this is part of protecting the Capitol, and this is part of protecting democracy. And protecting our own sanity in our community is part of that too. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of our priorities and our ethos at 3DC, and I want you to repeat after me. I will prioritize joy. I can see you doing it right now. I can see the smiles. I will take up space. I see you doing it right now. 100,000 of you taking up our thing. And I will organize my community. Thank you so much. That's what it's going to take to have a free DC. I'm going to say free. You say DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. I'm going to say DC. You say statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Representatives Byer, Omar, Green, Simon, Swalwell.
What Donald Trump is doing to our country. Donald Trump says he wants to make America great again, but he's making America the 1930s again. Hoover gave us the crash of 1929. Donald Trump gave us the stock market crash of 2025. Hoover gave us Smoot-Hawley in the Great Depression. Donald Trump has given us the largest tariffs ever in American history, a plunge in consumer confidence, and he's destroying our economy. The Great Depression, 1930s, gave us 25% unemployment. Elon Musk has already fired hundreds of thousands of people, government, federal employees, contractors. Lee Zeldin's gutting the EPA. They had no EPA in the 1930s. They had the Dust Bowl. Donald Trump is cutting the CDC. They had no CDC. Instead, millions of people died from polio, from measles, from tuberculosis. Donald Trump's gutting the NIH. In the 1930s, cancer was a death sentence. And then there's the Department of Education, and they fired half the people. All of their civil rights organizations. They had no Department of Education civil rights, and all of our schools were separate but equal. And then there's diversity. In the 1930s, if you were Jewish American or Black American, you were denied neighborhoods, jobs, society, education. Women could be secretaries, teachers, and nurses if they were unmarried. And if you were gay or lesbian or trans, you led a life of complete secrecy and repression. We are not going back. We will be fearless, relentless, angry, smart, and we will be tireless. My favorite wisdom is all life asks of us is that we live it with courage. So let me give you one of the most courageous members of Congress, my friend Ilhan Omar from Venezuela.
We are in a fight for our democracy. We are in a fight for our Constitution. We are are coming for you. If you are a mother struggling to put food on the table, they are coming for you. If you have elderly parents that you are trying to put in a nursing home, they are coming for you. If you are a senior relying on Social Security, they are coming for you. If you have disabled children and you're trying to make sure they have access to education, by cutting the education department, they're coming for you. So they want you to believe. They want you to believe to look at your neighbor as the enemy. They want you to believe that it is because of trans kids that you can't have the necessary access to the programs we already paid for. They want you to think it is okay to snatch people in the middle of the night and disappear them. They want to take away our pride as Americans in the Constitution and due process by putting people in foreign prisons in a dark hole. They want to crash the economy so that they can set up a process of punishment and reward. So they can grab more power for who will bend the knee and give them access. None of this is normal. So if you want a country that has the marvelous Constitution we have to fight for it. If you want a country that still believes in due process, we have to fight for it. If you believe in a country where we take care of our neighbors, look after the poor, and make sure our children have a future they can believe in, we have to fight for it. So are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight? Let's go fight and win. And with that, it is my honor to introduce Representative Simon of California.
Hey, good people. So I've been in the United States Congress for about 3 months. I was sworn in on January 3rd with my colleagues to do one thing, is to fight like hell against tyranny. You elected members of Congress to stand with a backbone 10 toes down to fight and to win for the little girl right now who is in cancer treatment, who her parents are praying every minute for a cure, to be met by an administration who refuses to fund cancer research. You elected members to fight like hell and to deny their vote to a slimy administration who has proved time and time again that their cruelness is beyond no end. You elected us to adhere not only to the Constitution, but the promise of the framers, the Hebrew text and the New Testament, the Quran and the words of the Baha'i, and every single religion that surrounds this great nation. Isaiah 10, verse 1 and 2. It's clear. The Hebrew Bible is clear. Woe who injects false and cruel laws that makes the fatherless poor. Woe who is those who inject false narratives that ensures that the widows have nothing. responsibility. Regardless of this administration's aim to stomp on the backs of our elderly, regardless of this administration's promise to end inclusivity and to throw out our children, not only brothers and sisters and siblings will we fight, we will use the strategic force of this body and the 2 million strong that are out in the streets today to win. At every city hall, at every governor's office, and yes, right here in the White House, our lives depend on it. Not only are we going back, we are going north. We will win because evil will never prevail. Let's keep fighting. And I want to introduce my brother, Congresswoman. By the way, thank you so much, Congresswoman. Congressman Eric Swalwell.
This is what kicking the shit out of fascism looks like. This is what it looks like. We've seen a lot of people cave to fascism in America. We're not. We've seen the CEOs cave. Will you cave? We've seen the law firms cave. Will you cave? We've seen the colleges cave. Will you cave? We can't cave. My name's Eric Swalwell. I'm the son of a cop, a mom who was a baker, and I went to college as the first in the family on a soccer scholarship. And before every big game, before every season, the coach would tell us, I want you to close your eyes and think about what does that last moment of the game look like. And I want you to think as we begin this season of democracy, what does the last moment of this march look like? We win! That's what it looks like. It's justice. It's redemption. It's accountability. And it's renewal. Because as you stand here right now, we have gone from a Trump slump to a Trump train wreck. We are going into a red recession. Our 401ks are 201ks. Our costs at Walmart and Home Depot and Target, where 4 out of 5 of the things we buy are from overseas, are going up. And where is Donald Trump? He's golfing. So to Donald Trump I say, get your ass off the golf course and face the people. America first. It's Trump first. This guy is a con. Trump Bibles, made in China. Trump sneakers, made in China. The Trump shitcoin, made on a computer, made in China. And he's not just disappearing people. He's disappearing rights. And to that we say, disappear, we're still here. Our veterans, we're still here. We're still here. We're still here. That's right. He wants to disappear our veterans and women and hard-working immigrants and our seniors and our kids and the sick. We're still here. So you are asking us, what is the plan? And I'll tell you this, we are not going to give a single vote to fascism inside the Congress because we know you're fighting outside the Congress. And so small victories will bring us big victories. We had a victory last Tuesday in Wisconsin. Thank you. We need a victory later this year in New Jersey and Virginia in the governor's race. And then we're going to march all the way to the midterm, and we're going to win on November 4th, and we're going to cut our time in hell in half. So what my colleagues and I want to ask you, here on January 6, 2021, we saw the bravest police officers. They showed up and they defended our democracy. And you don't have to put on body armor. You don't have to take a stun gun to your neck or a Confederate flag to your head. You don't have to suffer a heart attack or a stroke or traumatic brain injury, as we saw from Officer Mike Fanone, or Harry Dunn, or Danny Hodges, or Sergeant Gannell, and so many others. But if you show up with the same integrity, and the same passion, and the same vigor and love for our country that they showed, we will win! So April 5, this day, April 5, will be the day that America came alive. And when I am asked on November 4, 2026, when we win the midterms, how did you know? How were you so confident that we were going to win? I'm going to tell them. Because on April 5, I stood in front of a monument to freedom with people from all over the country, with people who worked so hard and dreamed so big, and they said, we're not going to be fucked with. Thank you. And now, it's my honor to have us close out the congressional speakers to introduce to you someone who has been censured but is not silenced, Congressman Haggler.
I am proud to be here today with my colleagues, all of whom are liberated Democrats. Let's hear it for these liberated Democrats. All of whom are unbought, unbossed, and unafraid. Unafraid to stand up for the many seniors that are among us. We have seniors that are among us. Unafraid to say to Donald John Trump, hands off Medicaid and Medicare. It belongs to our seniors. Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. It is a part of the American dream that belongs to our seniors. And we have to tell President Trump that Canada is not going to become the 51st state. Russia invaded Ukraine. Greenland is not for sale. And he also needs to know, dear friends, that Gaza is not going to become a resort. Gaza is not going to become a resort. There must be a home for the Palestinian people. There must be. And I'm here to speak from my heart. This message is from my heart. It's not from my head. This is my heart. I want you to know something. I carry this cane because there are people who don't like me. They don't like my cane. But I carry this cane because after having celebrated my 25th birthday 3 times, 2 years into my 4th 25th, I carry this cane. And I carry this cane because I believe in the 23rd Psalm. That portion that reads, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, because my rod and my staff comforts me." This is my comforter. This is my comforter. And I want you to know that I'm going to take this staff of truth, and I'm going to take this rod, and I want President Trump to know that he's not going to have a 3rd term. There will be no 3rd term. 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 But more important than this, dear brothers and sisters, and I say brothers and sisters because there really is but one race, and that's the human race. Yeah, we're all related. We're all related. And L.S.D. Leakey, a noted anthropologist and paleontologist, reminds us that all of human life can be traced back to a single African woman. So if we're not brothers and sisters, we're at least cousins. So dear cousins, hear this message for Donald Trump, for President Trump. This is more important. I want President Trump to know that I will use my staff of freedom to bring forth, proudly bring forth, a message that should say to him, he may not finish this term. He may not finish this term. He may not finish this term. He may not finish. He may not finish this term. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Because you are now sowing the seeds that can lead to a Congress being elected that will have the courage to not only have articles of impeachment filed, but to impeach him a 3rd time. Impeach him a 3rd time. A 3rd time. And the Senate, we need a Senate that will convict him this time. And I want you to know from my heart, I understand that he is a Goliath. He is a Goliath. He has control of the generals and the military. He has control of the Justice Department. He has control of the Republican Party. But my friends, for every Goliath, there is a David. There's a David. These are your Davids. There's a David. And I want you to know, Mr. President, this David is going to bring articles of impeachment against you within the next 30 days. Within the next 30 days. I'm bringing articles of impeachment. I'm coming for you, Mr. President. This David is coming for you. You don't deserve the office you hold. You can't be entrusted with liberty and justice for all. You can't be entrusted with government of the people, by the people, for the people. I'm coming for you. I'm your David. God bless you.
Please welcome to the stage Co-Executive Directors Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levin, Indivisible.
Executive Director.
We represent a movement of thousands of local indivisible groups around the country. People who decided that politics and our democracy are too important to be left up to the politicians who raised their hand and said, I gotta do something. And if that sounds like you, I bet there's a group near you that could use a few new organizers. Now, I want to be so clear about why we are here today. Over the last 3 months, Donald Trump has handed the federal government, the awesome powers of the federal government, over to the richest man in the world. And the richest man in the world has decided that you don't deserve clean drinking water. The richest man in the world has decided that your kids don't deserve good schools and special education. The richest man in the world has decided that our veterans don't deserve services, and your grandma does not deserve fuel to heat her home. The richest man in the world is coming for our Medicare and our Social Security. The richest man in the world is firing the people who protect our workers' rights, who protect our civil rights, who protect our public lands and national parks, who research the cancer and the Alzheimer's and the diabetes cures that we and our loved ones depend on. And they're doing it all. They are doing this all so that they can fund their next round of giveaways to their fellow billionaire buddies. So that Donald Trump and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk can have another yacht and another fat tax cut. And they know that this is not popular. They know that the vast majority of Americans do not want this. That is why they are attacking our democracy to cement their own power. They are attacking our freedom to vote. They are taking kids off the streets, students off the streets for their social media posts. They're imprisoning innocent fathers in a foreign prison. They're doing all of this. They are willing to rip our democracy to shreds so they can sell the pieces off.
Hey, Leah got a lot of booze there. Can I get some cheers for her? What are we going to do about it? You know, there are some Democratic leaders out there who say the smart strategy is to roll over and play dead. Should we roll over and play dead? Look around, y'all. The institutions that should be upholding our democracy, they are rolling over and playing dead. I got a list. I'm going to name some names. Collaborators, like law firms with Paul Weiss. Capitulators in legacy media institutions like the Washington Post and the LA Times. Craving universities like Columbia. Kleptocratic businesses like Amazon and Facebook. Look, when institutions that are supposed to uphold our democratic norms fail and fall, it's up to the people to step up. Are we going to step up? Are we stepping up? Are we stepping up? You bet your ass we are. You know why? You know why? Because as much as Musk, as much as Trump, as much as Congressional Republicans want us to think that they're in control, that they're all powerful, are they all powerful? Here, let me ask you something.
I believe that America is a constitutional republic. Is that right? What are the ideal number of kings in a constitutional republic? How many kings? How many kings? That sounds pretty good to me. 0 sounds like the right number to me. Now, everyone here, there are over 100,000 folks in D.C. right now. D.C., which is taxed without representation, 100,000 here. But it's not just in D.C. Today, right now, we are all part of the single largest pro-democracy protest in years. Every single state, just about every single community, 1,300 worldwide, y'all, worldwide. Now, look, this is incredible. This display of people power is absolutely incredible. It is not the end point in the fight against the fascist attack on our democracy. It's not the end point. It could be an inflection point. It could be an inflection point if we make it an inflection point. Look, we are not victims of world events, y'all. The fascists, they want us to fear them. Do we fear them? They know that fear is contagious. You know what else is contagious? Courage. Each one of us gets to choose what we put out into the world. What do we choose? What do we choose? What do we choose? Okay, so what do we do with that courage? The next congressional recess is just a few days away. It begins April 11th. Here's your task. I'm going to give you 3 tasks. If you ever worked with Indivisible, we love a good rally, but we like a plan too. We want to actually put a plan into action. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. Step 1, there are 100,000 people here. I bet you don't know every one of them. I bet there are some new friends you can introduce yourself to right now. Look at these cool signs. Compliment your new friend on their sign. Exchange contact information. Do that before you go to leave this rally. You gonna do that? Okay, 2, on your way home, here's what I'm gonna ask you to do. Think of the 5 friends, people in your community who aren't here but could be here. Are you gonna do it? And 3, when you get home, it's up to you. Nobody is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. We have to save ourselves. We have to go. Join your local Indivisible group, or your local 5051, or your local Working Families Party group, or start your own, but it's up to you. It's up to you. Are we going to accept from our supposed leaders when they tell us to roll over and play dead? Remind me, how many kings? How many kings? How many kings? Damn straight. Okay, now let's go back home and organize the protest. This one's over.
Thank you for joining Hands Off, the FPV Tours rally in Washington, D.C.
Hey Phil, check out your pass real quick. Oh my god. I don't think it's going to matter anymore, but
tell him to stay.
That is all. We'll be right back.
Oh my god. No, yes. Wait! Get a chair. Oh wait,
to the band with respect.
KU truck. There's no way that was working today. No one died. It's like I thought somebody died.